O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. The East African anthem, the first two stanzas. Ee Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuhimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuhimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us stand ourselves and we pray. Almighty ever living God, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for the gift of the gathering here as we proceed with the sub-national parliament for Northern Youth. We ask you to be among us and to guide our deliberations. Also, Lord, we ask you to guide our speaker to manage the house very well. Thank you very much. Amen.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Honorable members, please be seated. I now invite the governors to come and deliver their speech. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Phoebe Natkunda, and I serve as the Country Liaison Officer for Faraja Africa Foundation, Uganda. And today, it's a great honor and privilege to welcome you to the second sitting of the 8th Subnational Youth Parliament. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to each one of you for being here today. Your presence is a testament to your commitment to leadership, civic engagement, and the future of our communities. I also proudly acknowledge Faraja Africa Foundation, a youth-led organization that is committed to educating, engaging, and empowering young people. Since the inception of the Subnational Youth Parliaments in 2018, this initiative has grown into a flagship platform for youth leadership. Over the years, it has inspired, mentored, and equipped hundreds of young people, many of whom have gone on to serve on the national platforms. This is not just a program, it is a movement that is shaping the future of Uganda. Today, I invite each one of you to embrace your potential. Too often we hear that young people are the leaders of tomorrow, but the truth is we are already leading today. We are not merely waiting for a seat at the table, we are helping to build at the table. We are not spectators of change, we are drivers of it. As I look around the room, I see future ministers, parliamentarians, entrepreneurs, innovators, and community development practitioners. I see individuals with the courage to challenge injustice, the creativity to solve complex problems, and the passion to transform your communities. I want you to know that our voices matter, our ideas matter, and our actions matter. Every generation is remembered for the choices it makes, and ours has the opportunity to be remembered as a generation that chose courage over comfort, action over apathy, and hope over fear. As young leaders, we have a responsibility to shape policies and advocate for solutions that reflect our aspirations and address the realities of our communities. Let us challenge the status quo with boldness, creativity, and determination. Let us have the confidence to ask the difficult question and the wisdom to listen to different perspectives. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our valued partners, especially the Government of Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda, the European Union, the Royal Danish Embassy, and the French Embassy. Their unwavering support and the belief in young people and investment in youth leadership continue to create opportunities that empower us to make meaningful opportunities to our nation. Together, we are building a stronger, more inclusive, and prosperous Uganda. As we begin this year's parliament, I encourage each one of you to participate wholeheartedly and boldly. Speak with confidence, share your ideas boldly, listen actively, engage respectfully. This platform belongs to you, so make the most of it. Whether you're passionate about climate action, education, governance, technology, gender equality, entrepreneurship, or community development, remember that every great transformation begins with a voice that refuses to remain silent. And while the road to change is not always clear, let us never lose hope. Real progress requires persistence, resilience, and patience. Every challenge we face is an opportunity to grow stronger, to learn, and to lead with greater purpose. Young leaders, the future is not something that happens to us, it is something that we create. So let us be bold enough to dream. Let us be courageous enough to act. Let us be united enough to make a difference. And above all, let us be the light that inspires others to believe that change is possible. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful engagement while we deliberate our issues at the Northern Uganda Subnational Youth Parliament. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Phoebe, for that remarks. As we wait for the chief guest, honorable members, allow me to recognize and appreciate the presence and support of a few distinguished persons and institutions with us today. I wish to sincerely appreciate our conveners, Faraja Africa and Foundation, together with their stakeholders, and I also wish to appreciate our regional coordinator, Ojok Michael Okot, for their dedication in organizing this sitting. Honorable members, allow me to also recognize the representatives from European Union Youth Sounding Board, Honorable Apio Monica Prudence, who is also the Speaker Emeritus. You're most welcome. Honorable Komakech Moses, as one of the representatives from the EU. You're most welcome. I also want to recognize the representatives from the National Youth Council, His Excellency Honorable Oketayot Aaron, who is also the Guild President Emeritus of GULU University, and Honorable Kumakech Morgan Oscar, who I believe is not present with us today. You can just wave to the house. Thank you. Allow me to also recognize the presence of the President, Acholi Students Union, that is His Excellency Miguel Brian Odong. You're most welcome. Allow me to recognize the directly elected Local Councillor 5, Honorable Mwaka Samuel Becker. You can just wave to the house. And Honorable Oliver Lakisa, Woman Representative, Woman Councillor 5 of Noya. Is she in the house? Well, I guess she'll be with us shortly. Finally, I would also love to recognize the City Councillor, Honorable Tim Francis. You're most welcome. Honorable members, before we proceed with the business of today, I wish to inform the House that about our changes in the administrative roles. I guess most of you are not seeing the clerks that we had last year. Our clerk, Achaye Nobat, is busy with his examination, and accordingly, I have delegated Honorable Fred Odoke to serve as the acting clerk for today. Thank you. Honorable members, the chief guest is yet to arrive, so with the leave of the House, we shall adjourn the House for breakfast. Thank you. Honorable members, please be seated. Once again, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the second sitting of the 8th Subnational Youth Parliament, Northern Uganda, particularly Acholi and Lango sub-regions. I trust that we all are ready to discharge our constitutional duties with diligence, integrity, and utmost dedication as we deliberate on issues that affect the young people that we represent. As we convene today, I encourage each one of us to engage with respect, purpose, and patriotism. Let us debate with facts, listen with open minds, and work together to develop a resolution that shall positively impact the lives of the young people that we represent. And above all, let us use the time that shall be allocated to us efficiently. With these remarks, I officially declare this sitting open. I invite the Honorable Clerk to read the next items on the order paper. Thank you.
Moving on with the items on the order paper, we are moving to items 6.1, motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament of the increasing sale and fragmentation of customary land in Northern Uganda. Item 6.2, motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the recurring food insecurity in Northern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainable agriculture, and disaster preparedness. Item 6.3, motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the rising incidence of road traffic crashes involving public service vehicles and the need for comprehensive road safety and emergency medical response system in Uganda. Item 6.4, motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the rising prevalence of alcohol and substance abuse among young people in Northern Uganda and the need for comprehensive prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation measures. We'll review the resolutions from the Parliament session in item 7. Item 8 will be adjournment, and item 9 will be handover of the resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Clerk. With this, I invite Honorable Tumusabe to come and move the motion for the adoption of the order paper. Honorable Tubusame. Do we have Honorable Tubusabe in the room? Right.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Speaker, the procedure issue I'm raising is that a secondment of the order paper should be seconded by a honorable member who stands up and the Speaker's eye catches them, but not the Speaker deciding on who should second the adoption of the order paper. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otim. You may take your seat. Can I invite a motion mover to come and move the motion for the adoption of the order paper? Yes, Honorable. You may take.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to move a motion to adopt the order paper the way it is. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Nenchan Richard. Do we have seconders? I recognize Honorable Sarah Adong to come and second the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I, Honorable Adong Sarah, rise to second the motion of adoption of the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another seconder? I recognize Honorable Wachgil to come and second this motion. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished parliamentarians. My name is Honorable Wachgil Ogatele, Barokachi constituency. I rise to second the motion rightly moved by Honorable Nenchan Richard.
Thank you so much, Honorable Wachgil Emmanuel. House, the motion having been moved and duly seconded, I now put to question that those in favor of the motion say aye, and those against the motion say nay. Those in favor of the motion? Those against the motion? The ayes have it, and the motion is duly moved. Clerk, please take us through the next item on the order paper.
The next item on the order paper is item 6.1, motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the increasing sale and fragmentation of customary land in northern Uganda. Motion to be moved by Honorable Labeja Henry Ryan and seconded by Honorable Mildred Oyela plus one other honorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. I invite Honorable Henry Labeja Ryan to come and move this motion. Please note that as you are going to move the motion, clearly give your justifications on this motion. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, and colleagues of the House, I am Labeja Henry from Bategela Division, GULU City. Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate you for maintaining your position of the chair of this House. And also would like to appreciate and recognize my good friend Honorable Ledoke for being elevated to the position of the clerk. Madam Speaker, allow me also to appreciate and recognize the presence of members of this House who contested and successfully won in the last election, notably and Honorable Becker, among others. Madam Speaker, I rise with profound humility and unwavering sense of duty to move this House to debate the motion on the increasing sale and fragmentation of customary land in northern Uganda. Madam Speaker, to understand the gravity of this motion, we must first understand what land means to the people of northern Uganda. Land is not merely an economic asset. It is our history, our culture, our identity, and our survival. It is where our ancestors were buried, where our children are raised, and where generations have drawn their livelihoods. Our elders often remind us that a people who lose their land eventually lose identity. Sadly, the warning is becoming a reality. Northern Uganda emerged from more than 20 years of conflict that displaced over 1.8 million people into internally displaced people's camps. When peace returned, our people hoped to build through agriculture and communal ownership of land under customary tenure. Instead, another battle emerged, not with bullets this time, but with land. Madam Speaker, today customary land is disappearing at an alarming rate. Poverty, unemployment, rising medical costs, school fees, and economic hardship have forced many families to sell ancestral land that have been preserved for generations. At the same time, customary land is being fragmented through inheritance into increasingly smaller plots that can no longer sustain productive agriculture or provide security for future generations. The consequences are already visible. Youth unemployment continues to rise, agriculture productivity declines, food insecurity increases, and land disputes dominate our community. According to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, agriculture remains the principal source of livelihood for most households in northern Uganda. Therefore, losing land is not simply losing property, it is losing the foundation of economic recovery. Today, we are witnessing a worrying reality where basic food commodities consumed by the Acholi people are increasingly sourced from outside the region. Irish potato, onions, and cabbage are being transported from Bali and Kapchora, while even sweet potato increasingly come from places like Luero. This raises a fundamental questions. How did a region historically known for its vast fertile land become dependent on other parts of the country for basic food supplies? Madam Speaker, this is not merely an economic issue. It is a warning sign of deeper structural challenge. When customary land is continuously divided into uneconomic small holdings, sold without strategic planning, or converted away from agriculture, communities lose the capacity to produce enough food for themselves. The consequences is increased household vulnerability, high food prices, and greater dependence on external markets. As the saying goes, a nation that cannot feed itself cannot claim true independence. The same applies to communities. Protecting Acholi customary land is therefore not about resisting development. Let it be clear. It is about safeguarding the productive foundation upon which future generations depend. Madam Speaker, the growing commercialization of land has created an environment in which powerful individuals are able to acquire vast chunks of land very cheaply, while vulnerable communities surrender their own inheritance. Our leaders, both politically and culturally, have been reduced into mere land brokers and middlemen. And sadly, once the money from those transactions are exhausted, the land is gone forever. Madam Speaker, and this august House, we cannot discuss this issue without talking about the painful reality of APA. For more than a decade, the people of APA have endured repeated eviction, destruction of homes, loss of property, displacement, and violent confrontations arising from competing administrative and land claims. We have bodies like Uganda Wildlife Authority, we have a Jumani District local government, we even have National Forest Reserve. Thousands of citizens continue to live in uncertainty despite numerous government interventions and mediation efforts. Rather than becoming a model of conflict resolution in our country, APA has become a symbol of unresolved land injustice in northern Uganda.
Honorable Abeja, you have 1 minute to wind up.
Madam Speaker, what troubles many citizens is the recurring pattern When the solutions appear closed, disputes arises, new claims emerge, or enforcement actions resume. This persistent circle has created a growing public perception that powerful interests may be benefiting from keeping the conflicts unresolved. Whether this perception is true or not, it raises legitimate questions that deserves an independent, transparent, and credible investigations. The people of Northern Uganda deserve justice, not endless uncertainties. Madam Speaker, we also need to raise the issue of the Balalo cattle keepers in Northern Uganda. This House is aware that on the 1st of June 2025, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni issued Executive Order Number 2 of 2025 directing the migrant cattle keepers who do not meet specific legal requirements, including fenced farms, permanent water sources, and lawful occupancy, should vacate parts of Northern Uganda. The directive was intended to reduce conflicts between pastoralists and crop farmers and restore order. Yet today, community across parts of West Nile continue to report crop destruction, contested land occupation, blocked community access routes, and recurring conflicts between farmers and migrant cattle keepers. Madam Speaker and the August House, this raises a constitutional question. One, why do these conflicts persist despite a clear presidential directive? Two, if the head of state issues an executive order and a year later community continues to raise the same grievances, who is frustrating the implementation? Three, who benefits from this continued non-compliance? Four, why are district leaders, security agencies, and implementing authorities seemingly unable to fully enforce directives intended to restore peace? Five, what was the presidential directive that came during politically sensitive period a tool to regain public trust or influence voters' perception? These are not questions of politics, members. These are questions of accountability and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, Article 237 of the Constitution recognizes and protects customary land ownership. It follows that no individual, regardless of status or economic influence,
Honorable, you may need to wind up your submission.
should acquire or occupy customary land outside the law. Likewise, every Ugandan enjoys freedom of movement. This is alive to the fact that 20% of the Balalos are Ugandans, but that freedom must be exercised in a manner that respects the property rights of others and promotes peaceful coexistence. This motion is therefore not directed against any ethnic group, region, or community. It is a call for justice. It is a call for the blind application of the law, not selective justice. It is a call for the protection of customary land that has sustained Northern Uganda for generations. Madam Speaker, if we fail to protect the customary land today, tomorrow we shall have a generation of landless youth, increased poverty, great food insecurity, and violent conflicts. Therefore, this August House should resolve that, one, the government should strengthen the protection of customary land through full implementation of Article 237 of the Constitution Land Act by the following. One, formally recognizing clan councils and traditional leadership in the Land Act as the primary legal custodian of communal land management. Two, they should stop unlawful leasing of land by the district land boards. Three, the government should ensure registration of the customary land are free so that everyone can afford.
Honorable, I'm sorry if I have to cut you short. For the honorable members, you can please share the soft copy in the platform so they could follow up. You may take your seat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I beg to move.
Do we have seconders? Can we have seconders? I recognize Honorable Miguel Odong to come and second this motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am Miguel Brian Odong. I rise particularly to second the motion moved by the Honorable Lebeja. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other seconder? I recognize Honorable Omakech Moses to come and second this motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the motion moved by the Right Honorable. I do not think it could be more timely than today for us to discuss these very pressing issues. I beg.
Thank you. House, the motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the increasing sale and fragmentation of customary land in northern Uganda has been moved and duly seconded. I hereby declare the House open for a debate. I recognize Honorable Onenchan Richard. The floor is yours. Honorable, please, you have strictly 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I want to thank the mover of this motion in 3 ways. One, Acholi sub-region, we have been victims of war, we have become survivors of war, and we are in a thriving moment where therefore we are too broken down to the extent our family could not even pay school fees, could not even afford a substantial medical facility. That's why the issues of sales of land, it is very rampant. Therefore, this motion brings to us today, we need to have a reasonable resolution that will support us to keep our land. Because in a way, a customary land is not supposed to be sold. It is not supposed to be sold to anyone, sorry. The mere fact that a man staying in a town or in a city like GULU can meet a buyer of a land in Karanyere Hotel and forge the documents and give away the land when the community members or the family member have not sat. That is the dignity that we are losing as far as customary land is concerned. The truth of the matter is that customary land, I as Richard, even if I have 15 hectares of land, I cannot sell the land alone. I need to sit with my dad, with my grandparents, with my mother and with my brother to agree, and we consent that we can give this portion of land. But in actually, it is now not the case. People are selling land in hotel, the balolos are meeting in hotel, and they do the transaction, they go and give away the land. But I want to assure you, as this motion, we shall debate on it, I want us to make it very clear. Those who are buying this land from town without a consent of the family, they are buying air. And I believe that this house would come with a resolution to strengthen Customary Land Act for Acholi, particular, not for the entire Uganda, because the situation in Acholi is no different. It's different from the situation of people in eastern Uganda. The situation in Acholi is different from the situation of Ugandans in Mubarara. They have not been affected by war. When we are displaced by war, we stayed in the camp. We lost even the land boundaries. We do not know. When we came back to our families, some of the land boundaries that our grandfathers told us, we don't know them. So I believe there should be actually Customary Land Act that will govern our land, not to be sold to anyone or not to misuse the land in any way. The second thing that I want to bring to this is that we cannot fail to talk about customary land and the trauma of the war. People are selling this land because they have been victims of war. People cannot afford school fees. People cannot afford good medical facility. So what do? The government should strengthen a system where health facility, education sector, and all the sector of social life should be strengthened to the extent I cannot be vulnerable enough to go and sell a portion of land that I have. So if the government cannot strengthen all this, the situation of customary land cannot be protected. So the government also carry a blame to put in one, you need to strengthen the education system, you need to strengthen the health system, and also the social way of life that govern people should be strengthened to the extent that can protect the dignity of our land. Because it's the land we come from this land and we are getting back to this land. The land is our dignity. The land is our pride. And it's the only asset actually has remained with. Also, as we want to talk about this, we are also being informed that this, I'm summarizing, thank you. Yeah, okay, as I summarize, there are those people who are buying this land. We also have in mind, the there's some section of certain tribes that come here to buy this land. They are actually aware of what is beneath the land, but they don't tell the people of the native. You can see where this balalo have been moving. They were very strategic in moving. You don't see this balalo in Agago where I come from. You don't see this balalo in that site of Umia Pachua, where I come from. Why are they rotating in Noya? Noya is linked to something called Miloros. Noya is linked to something called gold. Even Lamar, they are aware of what is behind this land. So the government should make a deeper declaration that this portion of land, we have gold, we have oil, such that I understand the value of my land. Because if I realize that there is oil in my land, why would I give a portion of my land at 600,000 an hectare? I will value it, because from that, what we call the royalties, I'll benefit from it because I have oil. There's that compensation that will come to me. So I will protect my land. I will protect the value of the land. So the government has to tell us that if the oil is here, if the mineral is here, the community, the native, should be in position to benefit and have been compensated from the royalties, and also as the exploration come in, the natives should be in position to benefit. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Onenchan Richard. I recognize Honorable Akio Lily to come and give us her remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Right Speaker. In the presence of our right Madam Speaker, two clerk, and lady and gentlemen, good afternoon. Call me Akio Lily Linda. I'm a person come from Amoro district, side of Babo. I come for the motion. My motion is the Northern Youth Parliament on increasing sale and fertilization of customary land in northern Uganda. Madam Speaker, allow me to go to my first point of argument. In proposal, my first point, northern resistance support. As for us in Northern Youth Parliament, we know that we were suffering. We are suffering a lot. We thank those who bring this parliamentary youth because we expect for us and resistance of support. You find the people living in the village there. They don't know anything. They just sign. Any they brought the paper, they just oversign the thing they don't know without reading or understanding the word. They just sign. And which means leaving our people to make some error. Please, we speak to government so that to advise and to leave those people to Gumbo to come and to go in the village deep there so that to make people to fall in the condition. My second point, clan label in intervesting. That one also is common for us in the village. You find the people in the clan all, they are selling their land, yet they are multiplied day and night. Population, they are increasing. People, they are selling their land, nowhere to survive. You find the orphan and the people and the how do you call the person living with that husband? Wisdom. Thank you for supporting me that. Yes, you find those people, they come for them. They just play with their head or they're doing my thing and leaving them to not understanding, doing well. They're selling everything because they are need of money or the need of food for eating. Nothing they can do. They just do. In the clan, you find people, they just go and sell the land. Then the last point, sensitize and advocative. You find, which means if I'm speaking for youth parliament, which means I'm not youth leaving the youth for person with disability. For us, they are leaving some people, if they say youth parliament, you think that they are leaving person with disability, but we thank this one, they are increasing. They are including for us the person living with disability. We person living with disability, people they are seeing for us like a begging. They can use us sometime to to go and use those material. Like for our in the village there, you need to sensitize the community, because sometimes they say you're a person living with disability, that land you can do with what? You're not able to dig. You better sell it so that you earn money. They are using for that. And you need to advocate for them, even for right for person with disability, including Youth Parliament Day. We bring this motion to improve no selling land. We are supposed to vibe on that land. Last time ago, we be in the camp. Camp is been many in Pabo there, you know that place. People that are suffering no land, people that multiply, but nowhere to survive. You find people that are angry. So we better tell to government and advise for us to stop those one. You find that they said in Amur, like my brother told in Noya. Even in Amur, they decide in Okiri, at Yak there. For me, my place there in Deep. But all, if you reach there, you just find Balalo, they are there. Instead of say good morning, you must say it. Or instead of say Choma Bay, you must say good morning there. All never they are there. They are making fence, nowhere to go and fetch water, nowhere to go and in the market. You just there because of money. You are suffering, you are leaving your land. So, Madam Speaker, maybe I can increase opposers some few points so that I close. One of them, including women and youth with disability and youth without disability. They are excluding too much. Sometime long time ago, we women, they are leaving us, not even denying us not to eat some food like chicken. They are excusing. Sometimes the program for government come like PDM, they say 10% of youth, 30% of women. Sometimes which they are leaving, they are including a mass percent. Where they're supposed to be uniform, not to exclude, like 10% for person living with disability. Yet, people living with disability increasing time for time. People, they think that we are few, yet we are many. We are just hiding inside the home. Then another one, economic.
Honorable Akio,
Yes.
you may need to wind up your submission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, I'm winding up. Then the last point, excuse of culture integrity. Then I'm not talking much because time is cutting me. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Honorable Akio, for that wonderful submission. I recognize Honorable Otim to come and give us his submission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I equally join the rest of my colleagues to second this motion that is meant to stop the rampant sale of customary land. Madam Speaker, we should be realistic in our submission. It's time that Northern Uganda should be realistic with itself. Because of the vast land that we have and the low population that we have, automatically we shall have people from different parts of the country, people from different parts of the world coming to acquire land for investment. Madam Speaker, as I speak right now, I know that there might be some customary land sale right now in Agago, in Pade, in Amoro, or in any other district in northern Uganda. So, Madam Speaker, the point that I'm trying to raise is we need to embrace investment.
But the kind of investment that we should embrace is the investment where we say, investment yes, benefit shared. We should encourage our people, instead of selling land, they should lease their land for investment. Honorable members and Madam Speaker, when you lease land, you don't lose it. It will not happen like it's happening now. That in Ukidi, some fraudsters sold customary land and they have deprived a whole clan of land. And that land will never return back to them. Because some of these, they are processed already what? Titles. Madam Speaker, as I summarize, I agree with the point that we should strengthen customary land regulations. And in strengthening this customary land regulation, we should introduce a clause or a section that says land in Acholi is only available on lease. Large-scale land in Acholi is only available on what? On lease, especially for non-community members. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the government that it has thought it wise to promote coffee and cocoa growing in northern Uganda as a strategy to elevate northern Uganda out of poverty. Honorable members, we should embrace this crop, this perennial crop, because in one way or the other, it will help us protect our land. Because if we have vast land which is empty, honorable members, you will still invite unsuspecting individuals coming around to lure our brothers and sisters who are illiterate in the village, and you'll end up in courts of law. Madam Speaker, as I conclude now, I want to say that this motion is in good faith, but as we debate, we should debate with reality. Time has gone that we speak things that make our people bitter and they lose direction. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Coming all the way from the City Division Councillor, Honorable Otim Francis. Thank you for that wonderful submission. I recognize Honorable Oketayot Aaron to take the floor. Please note that you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to, at the same time, thank the mover of this motion that customary land should not be for sale. I want to assure the rest of Ugandans and the president of this country that we shall not stop selling customary land unless some of these root causes of the sale of customary land is addressed. It is not just a matter of somebody waking up in the morning and saying that today I'm going to sell my land. But there are some issues that affect the people of this country. I want to say that, as earlier mentioned, this region has been declared among the most highly affected regions in terms of poverty. If you are looking at our young people of today, we are affected because of unemployment.
GULU city is among the cities in Uganda that has only regional offices. Now, if you're to look at these regional offices, Madam Speaker, these offices come already with employees. How do we tackle this issue of unemployment? That triggers us to go and sell land in the villages if this kind of matter is not addressed. We look at our city and we see that we are a growing city. Our taxes are increasing each and every year. But the lives of our young people do not change. And that is why the last resort becomes to sell customary land. Madam Speaker, I would like to say the President of this country has oftenly advocated that people should not engage in selling customary land. That is where the President, His Excellency, introduced the 4-acre model such that Ugandans can use customary land and gain out of that and divide what is got from the customary land instead of selling it or dividing it and getting little out of that land. I would like to thank His Excellency for that. And Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to advocate and call upon all the members of parliament that we have elected. We have not elected them for no reason. They should therefore pass stringent laws that prevent Ugandans from selling customary land, but rather subject them under land that can only be sold on leasehold, and for a specific period of years not exceeding 15 years. Right, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is land that are often brought into market by our fellow leaders. Some of them may claim to say that we have a project that is coming to develop the lives of the people in the rural areas, but not knowing that they have come to take away the land of the indigenous people. Right, Honorable Speaker, I pledge and I ask upon the anti-corruption units to stay alert that such people be dealt with according to the laws of the Republic of Uganda. I so submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ketayot Aaron, for that submission. Due to time, I will just have to allow only one honorable member to give the final submission on this topic. So at this point, allow me to recognize Honorable Megolonyo Noreen to take the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, am I audible enough? Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable House, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Lakenorin Megolonyo, and I rise in support of this motion because as young
Honorable
people...
Noreen, please make good use of the other microphone as well. Thank you. No, you need to use both of them. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think this is better. Okay. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I rise in support to this motion because the increasing sale and fragmentation of land in northern parts of Uganda, I would rather refer to it as it is not merely a private transaction, but it has become more of a threat to us as citizens of northern parts of Uganda and to our cultural identity, food security, family inheritance, and then to the future generations of the unborn people of Uganda or northern Uganda at large. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to refer to the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. That is Article 237, Clause 1, which clearly states or brings out or recognizes that customary land belongs to the citizens of Uganda. What does this imply? That every citizen of Uganda, or we as people from northern part of Uganda, we are entitled to own land. But still, we go further ahead and look at Article 237, still, Clause 3, which expressly recognizes customary tenure as one of the lawful system of land ownership in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda, land has historically been owned by clan leaders and family members, if you are to realize that. But however, the increasing commercialization, poverty, population growth, and the weak land governance has led to the indiscriminate sales of repeated subdivision of land. And this is where we bring in the issue of land fragmentation, whereby land has been divided by family members. And what does this lead to? It has led to loss of ancestral and cultural identity. Surely we have noticed that most of our cultural land has been sold off. And well, what happens when land has been sold off, the customary land has been sold off? We lose our identity as people. Secondly, this act has led to the increased land conflicts and family disputes. Well, I'm a law student, and in the law firm that I work in, most of the issues that we handle as advocates or lawyers, anyway, I'm not an advocate, but I'm sure I'll be one. But one of the issues that we handle as lawyers, you realize is related to land. So what does this imply? It is going to lead to continuous land conflicts and family disputes. And that is not healthy for a community as northern Uganda. Lastly, what has this act led to? It has led to reduced agricultural productivity. Earlier on, I had someone talk about leasing of land. When you go to Nuoya, you will realize that most of the land in Nuoya has been leased off. And who are the people who are benefiting from this? Kenyans. We, as people from northern part of Uganda, how are we benefiting from this? Surely I do not really agree to the part of us leasing our land, but surely if we are not to sell it off, then the better way for us to do it is to lease it off anyway. I don't know whether that made some sense. Now, what are the way forward for us as people from northern parts of Uganda? What should we do? Clearly, we are advocating as young people. We are trying to make people understand the importance. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. What can we do? We are surely advocating for our land not to be sold off, but can we strengthen? Can we put more effort when it comes to advocacy and awareness of the value of customary land in Uganda? Then can we encourage family members to obtain what we refer to as certificate of customary ownership of land? Because when you own land as an individual, we all have land titles. But now customary land, can we encourage family members to own that certificate? So in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, I would say customary land is not just an economic asset, but rather it is the foundation of our identity, it is the foundation of our history and our future. And once our ancestral line is sold or fragmented beyond recovery, it is going to become a challenge to us as young people and people from northern part of Uganda as large. Thank you very much. I beg to submit. Okay.
House, motion 6.1, having been moved, seconded, and debated. The motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the increasing sale and fragmentation of customary land in northern Uganda. I now put the House to question that those in
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The procedure I'm raising is that after moving a motion, after the motion was moved, it was seconded, and then submissions were given on that particular motion. So it is always procedural enough that you give opportunity for the mover of the motion to give a reply to the motion that he moved. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otim Francis. I am well aware of the rights of reply, but just due to the interest of time, I remember I made mention here that the motion mover will come and state their facts and finish everything in between, then give time to the seconders, and we shall open the floor for debate. Thank you. I hand over to the clerk to Parliament.
Next is going to be item 6.2, motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the recurring insecurity in northern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainable agriculture, and disaster preparedness. Mover of the motion is Honorable Mildred Oyela, and seconders are Honorable Ronald Frank, and Honorable Akil Lili. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I invite Honorable Oyela Mildred to come and move this motion.
Madam Speaker, the House at large, I'm Mildred Oyela, here to move a motion on the recurring food insecurity in northern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainable agriculture, and disaster preparedness. Now, Madam Speaker and the House at large, if you look at our basic needs, food is the most basic among them all. And without them, we cannot go. Early this year, according to the famine early warning system network, they predicted that 2.99 million Ugandans are going to face famine, of which, if we see now, there are more than 2.991, with Karamoja being the hotspot of this famine strike, and part of Acholi sub-region. Following a recent news that was not even 2 weeks ago, 13 people died in Agago due to hunger. Yes? Okay, thank you. 13 people died of hunger in Agago. So this brings us to the question of why, with all these government interventions that we have been having, there are a lot of government interventions that has been put in place to cut down food insecurity and to promote agriculture, among which we have even discussed some of them in the previous motion, but among which we have Operation Well Creations that is providing seedlings and seeds to farmers in the communities to be able to do their farming. We have PDM that is actually supporting agricultural enterprises. We have the 4-acre models that the president has actually developed and put in place. We have the 2-acre model. And then we have irrigation systems. And in Acholi sub-region, I think we have quite a few that has been in place. But the question is, are they working? If they're working, why are we still facing these insecurities? One of the irrigation systems in Acholi is Laboamida, which is for the communities. The community are supposed to use it so that they can actually. Now, aside from the government interventions to curb down these insecurities, we have community-led interventions. We have Rochopaju, which has come up with Dairo Pacholi, and their major focus is that we curb down food security in Acholi by mobilizing and sensitizing the communities about food insecurity, and actually talking about cash crops, passing bylaws like in every clan, they should ensure that we have food crops, most likely, most especially cassava, those that are resistant to drought and that can be of use to us. Now, what are the factors that are leading to these insecurities? Since there are this government intervention in place, what are they fighting to curb down? So the factors that are leading to these insecurities are the food insecurities. One of them was discussed in the previous motion, that is land sales and land sales and land wrangles in actually sub-region. If you look at our region right now, we have sold more than, let me say even, if I'm to estimate it, we have sold 40% of our land to people who are not us. So how are we supposed to fight food insecurity, do agriculture, produce crops that we can eat when we don't have that land? And then we have the unfavorable climate, and of which most of them are caused by us. We have a lot of degradations that we are doing to the environment. We are cutting down trees, we are burning down trees. Recently, a research has been established that 1 million trees, or more than 1 million trees get destroyed by bush burning, of which we are the one who does it. Now, if you are discussing these issues, what are our solutions? What are we fighting for to actually achieve this? Because we are looking at strengthening and fighting food insecurities within our region. Looking at all those interventions that has been put in place, looking at the factors that causes these food insecurities, we want to come up with practical solutions to our problem. What are those things that needs to be done? We have the interventions in place. What are we doing wrong? We have the 4-acre model, we have the operation well creation, we have the PDM. You can mention them. There are a list of things, but what are the practical things that we can do to curb down this one? Because we see a lot of money being used to curb down this issue, but not put into sustainability. What are the sustainable actions that we are going to do in this parliament? Now, it is my prayer that if you're coming to discuss this motion, kindly give us the practical bits. And to us, that we have discussed this motion, we are saying that we should first solve the land issues that we have in our region, because without the land, we cannot produce what we have, we want to eat, and we want to sell to sustain us. And there's something that bothers me. As citizens of Uganda, we all know that we have the right to information and to follow up on government projects, not to wait for Balaam to come and do it for us. Because the information, the Access to Information Act 2005 gives us that permissions to access those information and question the authorities, what are they doing about the projects that are in our areas, because we see a lot of corruption that is actually causing these food insecurities. Because you cannot tell me you have set up you have got money to set up an irrigation scheme and then you have not done it up to now, because the irrigation schemes in northern Uganda that need to be set up. One of them is irrigation scheme, the Toji irrigation scheme, which is up to now has not been set up, and yet the money has been released. So as citizens of this country, what are we doing to actually ensure that we uphold our rights and strengthen our climate resilience activities. We are also saying that we should up all the laws that are put in place to actually cap down these food insecurities, because our major issue right now is the unfavorable climate. And why are these unfavorable climate coming in? Because we have destroyed the environment. We have destroyed the swamp. Oh, thank you. As I wind up, I ask the House that if you are coming to discuss this motion, we bring the practical solution to this issue, because without food, we are nothing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mildred. Can we have the seconders of this motion to come and second?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Ochero Ronald Frank. I come from Lira, Lango Sub-Region. I rise to second this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Ronald. Do we have another seconder?
Thank you, Madam Rights, Madam Speaker. I just write here, call me Akiyu Lily Linda from Amoro. I just come here for second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. A motion of the Northern Regional Parliament on the recurrent food insecurity in Northern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainable agriculture and disaster preparedness, having been moved and duly seconded, I now open the floor for debate. I recognize Honorable Ochero Ronald Frank to come back on the floor. Thank you. Please note that you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much once again, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to come back to the floor of Parliament. I earlier said that my name is Ochero Ronald Frank. I come from Lango Sub-Region, that is Lira District. First of all, allow me send revolutionary greetings to you all young compatriots of Africa, assembled here today to dissect issues that are pertinent to Northern Uganda, and by extension, Uganda, East Africa, and Africa, and the globe at large. I come from Rural South, like I said. I'm honored to be a delegate in this parliament today. I'm not a member of parliament yet, though I'm looking forward to that in the next parliament. I'm a delegate. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, food insecurity and climate change are children of the same mother. It's impossible to talk about one and leave the other. Addressing issues that are as universal as climate change and food security require a philosophical change in approach from nationalism to globalism. As addressing climate change in one corner of the world and ignoring the other is like a drop in an ocean. We, the youth of Northern Uganda, have taken the mantle to add on to that cumulative good by tackling this debate in Northern Uganda today in this parliament. Climate change drives severe food insecurity in Northern Uganda through erratic rainfall, prolonged dry spells, and rising temperatures that ruin rain-fed crops and decimate livestock. Smallholder farmers female-headed households, and low-income families suffer the highest risk of hunger and lost harvests in the process. Honorable Speaker, the situation in Karamoja, Acholi, and Lango is urgent. The census report of 2024 indicate that 40.8% of households in Lango, 28.7% in Acholi, and 62.9% in Karamoja sub-regions are food insecure, with that of Karamoja being the highest in the country. The mover of the motion has just notified us that 2.9 people in this population are going to face famine as predicted by our climate sensors. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that the population of Acholi sub-region, as indicated by the last census, is 2 million people, and that of Lango sub-region is 2.5 million people. That means the people that are going to face famine is actually more than the population of this region, Acholi and Lango sub-region. Do you see that? So this is a very urgent matter. According to the most recent data from CPAR Uganda, only 48.5 of households in Omoro and 39.0 in Lamuo are food secure. In Lango, the numbers are even lower, 31.3 in Kwania and 25.9 in Apache. Yes? Unpredictable rain caused food crops like maize to wither before harvest, loss of water and pastures for animals due to high heat, hence lowering livestock health and reducing milk production. Let us note that northern Uganda is highly engaged in livestock keeping more than other regions, as indicated by the last census of 2024, putting Acholi at 52.5% and Lango at 53.6% of households that are undertaking livestock farming. You get? So we are at the root of this problem in this country when it comes to food insecurity and climate change. This also increases pest and disease outbreak due to high temperatures, among others. With a population of over 2 million in Acholi and over 2.5 in Lango, as the census report states it, this means thousands of our people are going to be hungry. Nearly half of households in Acholi experience frequent and prolonged periods of insufficient food intake, forcing members to skip meals or go an entire day without a meal. From a doctor's point of view, I would like to inform you that if you went to be without milk and water for 5 days, you would be dead. But if you are taking water, you might have a few weeks, not months, to live. So this is a matter of life and death, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, however, I would like this House to propose to move.
You have 1 minute.
We cannot keep responding with relief. We must build resilience. Therefore, among other solutions that this House is going to respond, I'm going to summon our focus on significant solutions such as irrigation, ladies and gentlemen. Water science school informs us that large-scale farming could not provide food for the world's large population by solely depending on rain-fed agriculture without the intervention of irrigation using water from rivers, lakes, dams, etc. In our current predicament, without climate change, we cannot be serious about addressing food insecurity without becoming serious in expanding our capacity to irrigate fields and guarantee growing of crops all year round. Depending on rain-fed agriculture alone is like going to church and praying to God to give us money, then returning home to sleep and wait for heavenly interventions. I'd like to inform you that this last happened in the days of Jesus Christ when he changed bread and fish. They became multiplied and fell multitudes. In Uganda, only 1% of small-scale farms use irrigation and 5% of commercial farms use irrigation. It's impossible to address food insecurity with this status quo. Let it be put into perspective that 70% of fresh water drawn from water bodies in the world goes to irrigation farms. This shows how the world is serious about this concept of irrigation, with us contributing very little to these statistics, ladies and gentlemen. Let's scrutinize a few irrigation schemes. Just finalizing now. In northern Uganda, Agoro irrigation scheme is at the center of my focus today. Here in Lamuo district, constructed in the late 1960s by Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, but the government of Uganda of today has been struggling to rehabilitate this irrigation scheme since 2012, spending over 30.7 billion shillings. However, farmers say the prolonged rehabilitation has failed to improve water supply to their gardens. The production has actually now gone down because the people have stopped their native way of production, hoping that the project would deliver, but the project has failed to deliver. Locals have raised concern that water reservoirs is too small to effectively irrigate the entire project area. Out of the 9 blocks of the 1,650 acres of land that this project was supposed to cover, only 3 blocks are being irrigated out of the 9. This means that the project is operating at 40%. This is very low, depending on the input.
I'm afraid you have consumed all your time, so you may need to leave the floor.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable Adol Sarah to come and give us her submissions.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Am I being heard? Okay, am I being heard now? Okay. Okay, I hope I'm being heard right now. Well, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, the August House. We are debating Northern Uganda. I want us to come back to the sense of Northern Uganda. I need to remind us that Northern Uganda has the most vast underutilized land in Uganda. I need to remind us that Northern Uganda has the most fertile land, though it has reached the verge of exhaustion where it is being used. And then I need to remind us also in the House that Northern Uganda has been named as the Uganda food basket. Well, if we are to discuss the issue of food insecurity, we cannot leave the fact that we as people of Northern Uganda, we have a role to play. There is no way we are going to forget the fact that besides irrigation schemes being left, not being utilized, which need revamption, there are already existing government programs that have not been utilized to full. For instance, how many of us knew about the existence of irrigation system whereby we just need to put in a small stipend and then you come up as a group, then the government will be able to install it in your farms. Those are the kind of programs that have been upheld by stakeholders. So this should be one of the things we discussed today in this podium, so that these programs should be unleashed to the community. I didn't know about this existence until we were told in class during irrigation lectures that there are programs that government brings. You just have to bring a small stipend as a farmer, and then irrigation will be installed in your farm. And I need to remind us as well that we cannot be in 21st century and be depending on the knowledge of 19th century in agriculture. That cannot work anymore. Because climate is changing day and day, soil is being exhausted. The plants that we plant in our soil utilize the nutrients that are already in existence. And there is no way we are going to keep on blaming all these things to government. We have a role to play as communities. That's why I'm here, to let us know that we as community, we have to also shift our mindsets. There is no way we're going to be stuck to the old measures of agriculture and we expect different results tomorrow. If we are to continue being stuck to the old measures of agriculture, we are going to continue discussing food security year in, year out. We have to, if we are to look up to sustainable agriculture and practices that are going to eliminate disaster, we should be looking up to these kind of things that are already in existence. They have already mentioned that famine was, it was mentioned that it would happen at this time. What was done? Nothing was done, and yet it was mentioned, it was forecast that famine would be in existence at this time, but nothing was done as a measure to make sure that it will not happen at this period of time. Those are the things we should be discussing right now. And then another thing that we should also be talking about is misinformation. Yes, government has brought in several interventions, like the seedlings are being distributed, but there are several misinformations. You realize that our very own leaders are saying that these certified seeds do not work. As an agriculturalist, I can affirm that certified seeds, they reach that state through various processes, over 4 procedures are taken to make sure that these seedlings are to solve a given kind of problem within a given environment. So if we have the misinformation being told that
Honorable
don't...
Sarah, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. If our farmers are being told that don't take up these seedlings, how are we going to be able to solve these issues of climate? And yet it's happening already in existence. Other parts of the world is adopting to mechanization, but our people are still being told that if you are to do this, it's going to affect your land. And yet our land is already changing year in, year out. This is my urge and plea to our people, that we should adapt to the government procedures that are being brought up. The government procedures like Operation Wealth Creation, bringing for us coffee, those are the things we should adapt to. Those are the things that could solve the issues of poverty. When now we have issues of lack of food, that's when now coffee money would be used to buy other food from other areas, because I believe not the whole country would be suffering from the same issue. That is my plea, and I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sarah, for that submission. Honorable Opio Albino, the floor is yours. Granted.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. We are sitting here as the youth of Northern Uganda, and we are discussing a very important motion. And therefore, I would request you, the Right Honorable Speaker, the motion states, the motion on Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the recurring food insecurity in Northern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilient, sustainable agriculture and disaster preparedness. I would request you explore the House to discuss a practical solution based to this motion. Because I would request if the clerk or they're taking the notes or the rapporteur, they'll read us that out of the 2 people who have come to give us their submission, I don't see a reasonable recommendation and a practical recommendation brought. Thank you.
Point of order is granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, for a member of this parliament to rise on a matter of order and raise as a request? Is it in order, Madam Speaker?
It is not in order. Honorable member, please take note of that. Honorable Albino, you may give us your speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members in the House. I stood over 10 times to get this opportunity until someone told me to smile. So some of us, it's hard to get up and go back down several times. Because we have little energy, in Agago we don't have food. But we are surviving on the little fat we have on our body now. Right Honorable Speaker, I came to debate on this critical motion that it has been raised by Honorable Mildred. Though it was not clearly brought out because facts were left, this is something that we should not see it as a small issue. Right now, as I talk, Agago has lost 13 people due to hunger, and 369 were admitted due to malnutrition of yes, malnutrition. Yes. You know, I come from far, so We don't have proper schools in Agag. So, and on this matter, the 369 that were admitted, still when they go to the hospital, they need money for them to be treated. But someone cannot afford to get food at home, fall sick, and go back to the hospital. In the hospital, they again need money. It is a very serious issue that we need to tackle as the young people of northern Uganda. Agawi is better. I was in Karamoja, I was in Kabong, Kotido, some few days back. At least as we still walk and go and look for veggies. There it is terrible. Someone said when we are talking of northern Uganda, we should talk of northern Uganda, not Achole and Lango. We have West Nile, we have Karamoja. The issue down there is terrible. If you see us in town here, you think we are doing well. But back home, our mothers are looking for leaves to survive. People are eating pawpaw. People are surviving on the maize bran. People are now buying even maize bran to mingle. This is not something that it is very new to us. In 1980s, we experienced the same thing. And they named that famine called Kech Abon Wangdago, where men would wait for their women to sleep and they feel if they are still awake and they go and steal the remain of children's food. So the same story, it is being repetitive. What are the causes of food insecurity? The biggest cause of food insecurity is not land. We have land. Even if we are selling land, we still have land. And we need to produce more. I wanted to raise that in the previous motion. The reason why we are being disturbed is because our population is small. Lango has only 15,000 square kilometers of land. And there are more than actually, there are 2.6 million people in Lango. Actually, we have 28,000 square miles, square kilometers. But we are only 2 million people. And now because these people don't have land, they are now coming to us. Guys, let's produce. Yes. Because one, we have land. But the main issue we have here is the loss of our traditional storage system. In Acholi, we used to have Diaroparuot. Where is Diaroparuot now? Do you know? Some of you are now I don't want to call it plan members of parliament. Diaroparuot used to be there where every season after harvest, you pick a percent and you take to chief place. They keep it there. During famine, chief now supplies the community. People who are in hunger. It is now the chief and their team who supplies back the community. That was called Diaroparuot. In Acholi, we used to have granary. Some of you don't even know granary. Where they used to say, the Elmala Pele toy but there. We don't have granary now in our homes. How can you store food in a sack that cannot last for 1 year? They are all rotten. But in the granary, they cannot get rotten. Those are initiatives that we should revive it back. Traditional crops. Now we have maize of 2 months. After harvest, in 6 months, they are rotten. We used to have good traditional maize of col.
1 minute.
Thank you. Col lakdiang. These are maize that you can even keep it for years. Now, where are they? On the irrigation system, since I don't have time, we should not depend on government irrigation system. You saw how many are there, not functioning. One thing we need to do is mindset change. Last year I had a project on irrigation. But you go and talk to people about irrigation, they see you as a mad person because they see rain coming every day. One, we need mindset change so that people adopt irrigation before bringing something. First, talk to people. We should not be imposing. First, let them know the importance of irrigation. Secondly, the price of the irrigation system. We used to give it at 2.5 million. How many can afford 2.5 million to buy irrigation system? They will prioritize food because they know rain will come. Government should subsidize the price of irrigation system across the country. Lastly, distribution of seeds. I hear people talk about Operation Wealth Creation. You bring seeds in October and you want people to survive. Are you crazy? We don't have drones here, so I'm very free to talk about it. We need to tell these people truth. You're bringing for us coffee during dry spell. You're bringing for us maize when it's just 2 months to the end of the season. Let's forget about this government and focus on ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Albino. I recognize Honorable Akena to come and give us his submission.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the House at large. You know, I'm glad that we are here today. It shows that our Speaker and the stakeholders who made sure that we are here acknowledge that the youth are very fundamental in fulfilling the vision of the region, Northern Uganda as a region itself, and also Uganda as a nation by extension. To talk about the motion that my sister proposed.
Mildred.
Yeah, Mildred. Yeah. One, Uganda does not have a single dedicated legal framework to tackle disaster management. We have small frameworks that were put in place by government. For example, we have the Objective 23 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy that requires the state to institute an effective response machinery for disasters. And we also have Article 249 that provides for establishing a disaster preparedness management committee. Other than that, we also have the Office of the Prime Minister's National Policy for Disaster Preparedness Management. That's why you see we have trucks ferrying food to Karamoja, and I don't know if they're also ferrying to Agago. But then, what I always tell my colleagues is that we cannot treat diarrhea by blocking the anus. That's why it's very important to tackle the problem head-on as it comes, other than providing temporary solutions. Because you're going to take food to Karamoja right now, but in 2 months' time, that food won't be there. I applaud Pastor Kayanja for his Karamoja Cry initiative, whereby they were trying to provide tangible solutions for the hunger crisis. They were taking mechanized farming and trying to plant drought-resistant crops in Karamoja to tackle the hunger issue. But it has been 3 years now, and people are still dying. So I don't know whether it has been an implementation issue, but the project has been good. So, one, I want to propose that we should have a dedicated legal framework. Our parliamentarians should discuss having in place a dedicated legal framework, because these disaster policies that we have, they're not legally binding. So the people of Karamoja, the people of Agago are at the mercy of the Office of the Prime Minister and of all the other stakeholders. If they decide not to take food to Karamoja, what are you going to do about it? So it limits enforcement, it also limits funding, as well as operational efficiency. So a dedicated law would hold stakeholders and entities accountable. If there is no food taken to Karamoja, we would ask Office of the Prime Minister why there's no food going to Karamoja. 2, it would formalize direct emergency funds down to the local government level, which would also be very key in anger response. Because some of our local government offices actually are very interested in helping us tackle the crisis that we have right now. But they don't have the funding. They don't have the budget allocation from the central government for it. And then we should not also blame our leaders and our government for everything. We should also look at ourselves as youth leaders, as individuals, because right now you're a youth, you're young, but 10 years from now, you're going to be a little older. And then we shall ask you,
Honorable,
what did you do?
please wind up with your submission.
Yeah, so, 1, we should have a mindset change in that we should focus on alternative methods of getting food. For example, if you're in an area where crops are failing to grow, why don't you go and do some chicken farming, some piggery? Why don't you go and do some egg farming? I was told that eggs are now being brought to GULU from Kampala. I was told that tomatoes are imported from Bali. Have our chicken in GULU stopped laying eggs? Don't we have land here that can grow tomatoes? So I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. For purposes of gender balance, I recognize Honorable Tim Caroline to take the floor, after which Mwaka Samuel Becker.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and the House at large. Carolina Tim is my name, representing the people of Lamo District. That's where I come from. Okay. Hopefully I'm being heard. From Lamo District. I stand here to second the motion. Just like how the previous speaker said, instead of us lamenting and just giving a solution top ways, how about we go in depth to understanding what the actual cause of the problem we are talking about is. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about food insecurity and then being caused by climate change. Have you perhaps tried to come out to figure out a way if climate change is the problem? And you know, climate change comes in various aspects, either prolonged drought or even flooding. Have we come out with a solution to ensure that we also try to combat climate change, because it does affect the food in our community? I bring this point of climate change in a way that we could come out with initiatives to ensure that people understand the climate best before they can go into plant. You know,
Team, please make good use of the microphones.
You know, our community is more used to the back ways of how they used to determine the climate. You just see by the skies and be like, this is the best season for us to be able to plant this crop. This is going to be a good season for us to be able to harvest. But things have changed. The atmosphere has changed. So as change is coming in, we should also come in with better means of tackling the challenges that also come in with that same change there. So therefore, we should have initiatives in school to talk about climate change so that people be able be aware of what to do before they go in their garden, investing, digging their gardens, planting crops, and at the end of it, they are lamenting. So climate change is also something we need to bring in, talk about it in schools, in communities. As we have leaders here, we have Samuel and others here, we could bring it to be a normal talk to the community so that they be able to plan appropriately for that. I also bring to submit that as we are talking about food insecurity, we should also talk about the change that comes with it. Many youths here, okay, youths are the biggest numbers everywhere. So when we are to talk about northern Uganda, we have youths here who are more into climate advocacy. And when we are talking about climate advocacy, we have innovative ideas that people come out with to ensure that they are tackling out a certain challenge. You get? We have people who come out with apps that help to determine the weather before they plant. Can we bring out that to be a normal conversation, to be something that people in northern Uganda, in our community, adapt to it so that they be able to fight this issue of food insecurity that we are talking about? You find people have innovative ideas, but at the end of it, government is not even coming to support them. I have seen and I have known of people who have apps that determine the soil fertility level that is able to identify that when you plant this crop here, it is going to yield well. But then at the end of it, they have no income to bring it out to the people for them to know it best. So it becomes challenging, and therefore why wouldn't food insecurity be a problem in our region? Northern Uganda, land is never a problem.
Honorable, please wind up.
Oh, okay. Land is not the problem. The problem now comes in. We are not, we have the land, we are planting, and then this brings in the idea of agribusiness. So when we are to venture into agribusiness to ensure that we bring in food security in our community, have we thought about the fact that even as we are planting these crops, we need land? I mean, we need accessible markets for people to be able to plant. I come from Lamoille district, and there was a honorable from Lira. He was talking about Agoro irrigation scheme. I'm just a neighbor to it. You find that people plant their crops, the crops grow, yes. There are regions and other areas which are facing food insecurity. But now how to access the food that has been planted becomes so challenging. So access to market should also be an issue here that we need to tackle. With this said, I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
Before I invite Honorable, thank you, team, you may leave. Before I invite Honorable Mwaka, Samuel Becker, Honorable members, earlier on I made mention clearly that let us work together to develop a practical resolutions or solutions that shall positively impact the lives of the people that we represent. I see we are over lamenting, but then we are not giving the solutions. So can we just focus more on the solutions? With this, I invite Honorable Mwaka Samuel Becker to take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, the members of Parliament of the 8th Sub-Regional Youth Parliament. I am Mwara Samuel Becker, politically known as the Sanitizer. I am the leader of opposition of the Uganda National Youth Parliament, the 8th Parliament, and also a directly elected member of the District Council of GULU. Honorable Speaker, I come with solutions, but also cognizant of the gaps that we have. Northern Uganda should stop emotional farming. Emotional farming is killing us. That why is Bali bringing us tomatoes? Can we farm? That will kill us. And by the way, that is the problem. Every region have a blessing of which crop does well. My colleague here is an agronomist. He knows. I will refer this Honorable August House to the early 1966 cooperative agenda, the CCT, the cotton, coffee, and tea. It used to do very well in this region. And that was the cash crops. My elder brother was paid using cotton money. And I believe most of your elder brothers were paid using cotton money. But currently, which money shall we use to pay who? Because even the soybean is failing. Why? Quickly we rush into it because of the economic aspect. So I request that government should do what is called the pre-testing to understand regions and what we can offer such a region as cash crops. Two, the death of cooperatives. Currently, cooperatives are dead. My recommendation is that government should rejuvenate all the cooperatives. In every district local government, we should have cooperatives. Cooperative brings together farmers who are very committed. And in this case, we shall not have the food insecurity that is affecting us. Cooperative died in the early 1987 due to financial revision. And it led to a complete death of our region, especially. Because in Western Uganda, cooperatives are doing very well. My money for speakership raise, I got it from Central Uganda. You can imagine. But here you go to a cooperative, they will give you 50,000 as a loan. This is where we are as a region. So we request that government should revamp cooperative organization in every region. And this will help in very many ways. Because every cooperative have cooperative store. You cannot protect food in the house. Then at the end, when you are hungry, you just pick 4 cups. Because you are very completely hungry, you need 4 cups of beans. So cooperative can greatly influence. Then, the high commercialization of food crops. You see currently in northern Uganda, the commercial line in produce is food crops, not cash crops. People are selling real food crops, real maize, real beans. But in the early days, we don't sell food crops. This means that as a region, we don't yet have our cash crops. We are selling, involving ourselves in food crops that brings famine, that brings issues of all the other things that we are talking about. Then on irrigation, all government irrigation plans are very expensive. We request government to align with all the district local government of northern Uganda so that strategically it is this district local government to plan basing on how it suits the streams, the rivers in their line. Because their government procures very expensive irrigation equipment, 7 million, and at the end, farmers cannot really purchase those. Honorable Speaker, these I think are some of the recommendations that we think can help in line with the other thing is formation of disaster management committee in all districts in northern Uganda. This helps. You see, even when now Prime Minister is preparing to give aids to Agago and other districts, we do not have an appropriate data. The data my brother given is exclusive. You may have very many other people affected. Why? Because there is no adequate data informing government on what atrocities have been caused by all these other things. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I guess these are the things that, if we implement them, can help the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mwaka Samuel Becker, who also serves as the leader of opposition at the National Youth Parliament. Honorable members, I would love to ask the mover of the motion if she has a reply to this. However, if she does not have, we shall move. You have just 1 minute to give us your right of reply.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I don't want to repeat what a lot of us have said, and I hope the clerk has picked our prayers that we need to do. All I want to say is that let us pick the practical solution, but also ask ourselves, are we also involved in making sure that we cap down food insecurity? How many of us has something planted? Let us throw it back to ourselves. Do you plant something for yourself? Are your people secure from food insecurity? Are your communities safe? Let us throw it back there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, House. The motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the recurring food insecurity in northern Uganda and the need to strengthen climate resilience, sustainable agriculture and disaster preparedness has been moved, debated. So now I put the House to question that those in favor of the motion say aye, and those against the motion to say nay. Can we have those in favor of the motion to say aye? What about those against the motion to say nay? The ayes have it. The motion is hereby passed. Clerk, please take us to the next item on the order paper.
The next item on the order paper is item 6.3, motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the rising incidence of road traffic crashes involving public service vehicles and the need for comprehensive road safety and emergency medical response system in Uganda. Mover of the motion is Honorable Okello Innocent Wak. Seconders are Abe Marion and Honorable Nato Timothy. Thank you.
I invite the mover of the motion, Honorable Wak Innocent, to come and move this motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. My name is Okello Innocent Wak. I'm a youth of this region and district. I have the pleasure to move the motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the rising incidence of road traffic crashes involving public service vehicles and the need for comprehensive road safety and emergency medical response systems in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the Article 237 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and the National Youth Policy recognizes the right of young people to participate in shaping decisions that affect their lives, including matters of public safety on our roads. Right Honorable Speaker, if you looked at the Uganda Police Force Annual Crime Report for 2025, it records that the country registered 26,044 road crashes, which is a rise of about 3.7% over the previous year, of which 4,602 were fatal and 5,383 lives were lost on these roads in 2025 alone. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it is also worth noting that public service vehicles, buses, coasters and taxis still remain disproportionately implicated in the most catastrophic mass casualty crashes on our highways. Notable, a bus crash that happened at Kapchorwa on the 17th of July 2026, in which we lost 22 lives of pupils, and a fatal crash by an Isuzu bus belonging to Nile Star Bus at Lapok Mo village in Noya district on the 4th of May 2026, which are still within our sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it's also worth noting that the Kampala-GULU highway, which is the principal artery connecting Acholi, Lango, and the rest of the country, has for years been the scene of Uganda's deadliest public service vehicle crashes, including the loss of 19 lives at Kona Kamdini when a bus rammed into a stationary trailer. It is also worth noting that there have been independent studies that were commissioned by this parliament which attribute most of these cases to preventable causes like reckless driving, which score at 78%, and then driving DMC vehicles, which are at 4.47%. The World Health Organization also estimates that road traffic crashes cost Uganda the equivalent of 5% of its gross domestic product every single year. That burden falls hardest on families in rural and subnational regions like ours here, where a single breadwinner's death or disability can plunge an entire household into poverty, if not a generation. So if we apply the World Health Organization ratio to Uganda's own gross domestic product of 226.3 trillion for financial year 2024-2025, as reported by the minister, it yields an estimated national loss of approximately 11.3 trillion every single year, which is a sum that is nearly double the entire 5.83 trillion national health sector budget approved for financial years 25-26, and equivalent to close to 16% of Uganda's entire 72.1 trillion national budget for that same year. It's also worth noting, Honorable Speaker, that this House therefore finds that road traffic crashes are not merely a public health, a public safety concern, but a first-order fiscal and microeconomic problem, which are silently consuming every 12 months resources greater than government spends on the health sector alone. By contrast, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the Minister of Health has informed Parliament that a fully equipped Type B road ambulance costs approximately 280 million Ugandan shillings, meaning that closing the national deficit of over 250 ambulances would require a one-off capital investment of approximately 72.5 billion, and a functional national road ambulance operation would require a further 10 billion annually for fuel, maintenance, and personnel. So this comparison, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, demonstrates conclusively that investment in road safety and enforcement and emergency medical response is not an unavoidable burden on the national path, but one of the most effective interventions that is available to government. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Health's own assessments show that Uganda requires an approximately 460 ambulances to adequately respond to emergencies nationwide. Yet, it has fewer than half of that number, leaving a gap of over 250 ambulances and more than 200 identified accident black spots across the highways in Uganda. So whereas post-crash care in northern Uganda in particular is undermined by the long distances between the crash sites and then the equipped trauma centers, the absence of a toll-free regional dispatch and coordination system, and the continued reliance on passing motorists, border riders, and police pickup trucks to ferry critically injured victims to hospitals, often at the cost of the golden hour within which timely care determines survival. Right Honorable Speaker, stakeholders and traffic safety experts have in recent weeks renewed calls for the full implementation of an electric and smart traffic enforcement regime alongside other reforms. So, the youth of Acholi and Lango sub-regions, as the most frequent users of these public services for education, trade and family and social obligations, bear a really heavy burden and disproportionate share of the death, injury and the disability, not to mention the trauma. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we pray that let it be resolved that this Regional Youth Parliament calls upon the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Ministry of Health and the UPS or UPF to jointly and urgently prioritize the full rollout of the National Emergency Medical Services Policy and Strategy along the GULU Kampala Highway, the GULU Nimule, Lira Kitgum, and the GULU Adjumani Highway corridors. That government establishes and adequately funds trauma and emergency care units at GRR, that is GULU Regional Referral Hospital, LRRH, and then St. Mary's Hospital, Acho, and other strategically located health facilities. Right Honorable Speaker, let it also be further resolved that the Minister of Works and Transport, and the Uganda Police Force enforce a mandatory, regular, and verifiable mechanical inspection of all public service vehicles that are operating in northern Uganda. And that Cabinet expedites its consideration and approval of the pending traffic fine and speed enforcement reforms. And that government, through the Uganda Red Cross Society and the Ministry of Health, extends the training of community first responders. These are border riders, these are women who are selling by the roadsides, and these are street dwellers along the highways, to be able to respond to these emergencies efficiently and effectively. Right Honourable Speaker, may it also be further resolved that Parliament of Uganda increases budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Health's Emergency Medical Services Program, specifically to close the national ambulance deficit. We have 260 ambulances, instead of the required 408 ambulances. May it also be resolved further that district local governments across Acholi sub-region and Lango sub-regions that are working closely with the Ministry of Education and Sports, and then the traffic police and civil society partners, to institute a sustained road safety sensitization program, particularly in schools, taxi parks, bus terminals, and trading centers, targeting both operators and passengers.
Honorable, you have 1 minute.
Allow me conclude. Thank you. And may it further be resolved, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in preparing future national budget framework papers that explicitly recognize road traffic crashes as a fiscal liability of national significance, and then also ring-fence adequate and costed funding for road safety enforcement and emergency medical services. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, may it also further be resolved that this resolution be transmitted or formally transmitted through the Clerk of Parliament to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Minister of Works and Transport, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Finance, and the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda National Roads Authority, and the resident district commissioners of Northern Uganda for their necessary and urgent action. Right Honorable Speaker, I would love to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Innocent. Do we have seconders to this motion? I welcome Honorable Abe Marion to come and second this motion.
The Right Honorable Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Marion Abe, and I rise to second the motion on the rising incidence of road traffic crashes involving public service vehicles and the need for comprehensive road safety and emergency medical response system in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Can we have the next seconder to come and second this motion? Nancy, I request that you go and stand from there as you translate. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Nacho Timothy.
Please use the microphone.
I work at GULU Disabled Person. I'm a peer mentor. I am here to support the motion on the rising relevance. On the rising incidence of road traffic crashes involving public service vehicles and the need for comprehensive road safety and emergency medical response systems in Uganda. road accident has led to very many people losing their lives. And through road accidents, it's increasing the number of people with disabilities that many lose their hearing and they become
Honorable
deaf.
Member, you are simply to second the motion and take your seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Honorable Timothy Nato. Honorable members, the motion having been moved and seconded, the floor is now open for debate. I recognize Honorable Tumusabe Dan to come and give us his submission. Please note that you have strictly 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this wonderful opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this mic doesn't favor the tone, but I will try. I'm told, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, and members of this House, this is a critical matter that we don't need to discuss just because there is an increase, but because it has been recurring over the past years. And if we are to go back to the records as stated by some of the members here, we can clearly find out that accidents have been happening time and again, but the government is so quiet about it. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to retaliate a little bit with the fact that the government can fail to fund emergency facilities, emergency combating measures to road accidents to save life, yet it has the capacity to purchase what we call vehicles, expensive vehicles for each member of parliament. A member of parliament who is entitled to a lot of allowances and money. But you tell me it has failed to fund ambulances to cater for the emergencies. That doesn't really make sense. So therefore, for that case, I still urge the government to look into the matter and make what we call strategic funding that can help Ministry of Health and the police to combat emergencies. Then secondly, I would also look into practical solutions. The second one I would also venture in is the issue of our Uganda police forces. We have to find out what exactly do they do. If you are to move around all the highways, you will find what we call checkpoints. But trust me, the relevance and the essence of those checkpoints cannot be significantly recognized. And therefore, what we need is to take time and we find out if we need another Balaam in such areas, we need to do it. Therefore, we need to find out, as this August House, we need to urge the government to go and reinforce what they call laws which are not in existence or which are existing but they are not implemented. That the Uganda Police Force should strictly focus on what we call road use restrictions. Then the other practical issue that I find causing most of these road accidents and recurring time and again is that the government and the nation at large is not concerned about what a driver is. Yet these are the people who hold people at risk. People who carry lives of over thousands in one place. People who have 70 people in a bus, but we don't know their certifications. Some of them, they are certified depending on connections. But they are there carrying people. They are there driving important school vans. But we don't know the right procedures of satisfying such people on the road. Then the other issue that I find still challenging that the government needs to still venture into is the issue of what the road is. Trust me, the contractors of these roads, some of them, they do it for money purposes. But it needs the people, the inhabitants of the land, to take strictness in following. Where do we need a zebra crossing and where don't we need it?
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm concluding, right, Honorable. So where do we need a zebra crossing and where don't we need it? Where do we have animals crossing and where don't we have them? Where do we have the railway crossing and where don't we have it? And you find out if you are to move along Kampala-Entebbe highway, you will find a lot of flyovers which are irrelevant, but there lacks a flyover where there is a railway crossing. Does that really make sense? So we have crashes over and over, but there are simple things that the government can look into to have these matters resolved. So let us not focus on having emergency combating measures, but we should look at what do we need to do to have these things combated to the root, to the grass level. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Tumusabe Dan. I wish to give chance to Nato Timothy from GULU Disabled to come and give us his remarks.
Honorable Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Nato Timothy. I live in La Ropeche division. I'm a peer mentor. At the same time, I'm here to continue with the motion on road accidents. Why? Because the road accidents that are happening has made a lot of people lose their lives, and it's increasing the number of people with disabilities. Some people that, it's not working. Can I speak without? Because I have to look at him. He's saying, if we look closely, the population of Uganda, above 78% are young people, and then the accidents happening, that is means it's leading to a lot of young people losing their life, who are the future leaders of our country. And secondly, sometimes even children are losing their lives, and these are the very children that would help in the future. So we need to look forward to ways that can help stop these road accidents. That would be by effective use of the traffic police where it needs to be done, sensitizing the people on the road signs that are there, because when you see sometimes, for him who is a person with hearing impairment, he would prefer to cross the road using the zebra crossing, and still borders will come in as they're not seeing the zebra crossing and just passing without respect, as though they've not observed or seen that someone is passing there. And it's all our responsibility for all of us to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Timothy Nato. I invite Honorable Kiden Viola to take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Kiden Viola Charles. Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about this motion. without wasting time, I'm just going to talk about straight away the causes and the resolutions. What I think is causing most of these road accidents is let us look about let's look at the road sizes. The length of the road. The length of the road is not that wide, because as you see that someone is coming from the other side and the other one is coming from the other side, they collide due to the reason because the road is small. If they increase the road a little bit, they demarcate it in a reasonable way that when the person who is coming from the other side, they cannot collide easily. Another thing I'm going to talk about is the unclear road signs. These road signs, they are made in a way that people who are educated are the ones to understand them more. But what about these people who are not educated? How will they understand them? I'm here to say that if it is possible, let these road signs be translated to our various local languages such that everyone can be in position to understand that there is a roadside here we are supposed to pass, or maybe there is the zebra crossing. We need to sensitize about that. Another thing is the high rate of corruption at the roads. With these the army guys, the police guys at the road, at the checkpoints. If you go that side, you find that when you're going, these drivers normally they know exactly what these army guys they want. Even if they have a problem, even if they know that they are driving at a high speed, they can easily bribe these police guys. How? Why? Because these police guys, they know that what the government is giving them is very little. So it's appropriate for them to accept these bribes to leave these drivers to go free. So if the government manages to pay these army guys well, they will not even continue with this corruption, and the road accidents will be minimized. Another thing I'm going to talk about is the education of the community, the members, and everyone. That everyone should be sensitive, because we know that there are road accidents. We know very well that there are road signs. Yet, whenever, because when you're passing at the roadside, there are obvious cameras, and then they will say that if you reach to this point, the Museveni's eye is there, so we should not pass at a high speed. So, if we educate these people to say that if we educate these people in terms of these road signs, that you should make sure that you understand this road sign for your own safety, and then the road accident will be minimized. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kiden Viola. I welcome Honorable Rajkara Felix to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Issues of road traffic accidents are not just issues of individuals who suffered. They are not just issues of the present. They are issues of the future. Because each and every individual in this house is at a risk of accident, especially when discussions along road traffic accidents are not taken seriously. Public transport means are meant, and most of them only put considerations of profits that they make at the end of the day. There are bus companies that allow individuals in the public to register their buses under their company for a stipend. And those individuals control these buses, and they make it to the point that these buses are supposed to make 2 or 3 trips on a daily basis. This then leave the conditions of these buses or public transport means very poor. Most of them are not serviced, or at least are being used beyond the dates of their service. If you read the report on the 10 days, the terrible 10 days bus accidents that occurred subsequently, most of those buses actually went beyond the days of their service. That gives the drivers and all the individuals in that bus no chance of survival, particularly in our poor roads as described by members of the House who spoke before me. Speed limits are not being implemented because of the corruption that is so deeply rooted in our police that the bosses send their policemen on the streets asking them to produce specific amounts of money on a weekly or monthly basis. And if you don't produce that, you're taken off that duty. And that is an incentive for them to want to pick that 2,000 shillings from the driver and have that unhealthy relationship that put all our lives in danger. What should we then do? And these are not unique ideas that has never been implemented. The first thing then, there has been timestamps on buses, and I believe this could be implemented on other public transport means in terms of what is their departure time, and based on a speed limit that has been set and the distance that they cover, at what time are they supposed to arrive at this particular checkpoint? I remember being detained at Matuga from 10 a.m. up to 3 p.m. because that bus was not yet supposed to leave Kampala. It was supposed to arrive at Matuga checkpoint at 3 p.m. And we stayed there until that time, then the bus was allowed to move. These are the things that the traffic police were already doing. It is not unique. During the periods when we had challenges with with the Karuma Bridge and buses were being diverted to cross through the park, all vehicles were given time on when they are actually leaving one side of the park to go to the other side of the park. And you are expected to use the speed limit. That speed limit is being calculated to the time that you should be reaching your destination on the other hand. And most of us kept quiet. We were in those buses because they would overspeed, reach somewhere and stop to wait for the time so that they reach the other side on time that they were allocated to do. Silence from the public. Most buses have emergency call numbers that are put right behind the driver so that when something wrong is happening, you should be in position to report. I was among travelers who refused to enter mega bus when we stopped at Shell Mijera because the driver was overspeeding. We were going to Kampala. We said we are not entering this bus until the driver is spoken to about the speed that he's using. Most of you, most of us, members of the public, and as we use this public means, keep quiet sometimes, and this poses a threat on your life. Police entrapment must be reinstituted. I used to remember when there used to be police officers who would be put in some of these buses, or maybe public means or transport means, to ensure that you get those ones who ask for money from drivers and from these companies so that they are actually remanded.
because of their misbehaviors and because they are unable to implement this particular law very well. Police implementation of road traffic use and safety just because they are broke is a total and utter joke on our lives. We see them very busy during the time when they are broke, trying to check for permits and all those other things. I remember boarding a bus. The driver did not have permit. The bus company just gave the police officers money and we were allowed to proceed. None of us knew or could tell that this driver is a person or an individual qualified enough to be operating a bus at that particular point in time.
Honorable, you have 1 minute.
As I conclude, this entrapment method is going to help in stopping not just corruption, but also stopping this utter joke on our lives and ensuring safety on the roads that we use. Speed limits being strictly implemented on these roads and ensuring that they are being followed. Sensitization of these drivers and ensuring that they meet the necessary qualifications to use the roads. This does not only, should not only be implemented for public service operators, but also for individuals that use these roads. There has been a speaker here who launched a complaint on border users that recklessly cross the roads. Most of these individuals just sold their lands, we have just been talking about, decided to buy a motorbike, and decides to start operating with no proper and clear regulation and understanding of the traffic rules. These are my submissions, and I believe that if we try and implement even half the things that this House discussed, we will probably get somewhere with curtailing the road traffic accidents and ensuring safety on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Felix. Honorable members, we shall proceed with this motion later. As of now, I wish to suspend the House for 2 minutes. However, I encourage all the honorable members not to move outside. The House only stands adjourned for 2 minutes. Thank you. Honorable members, please be seated. I would love to recognize the presence of our chief guest who has just arrived, Honorable Kunya Julius. You are most welcome. His Worship. I am told I am supposed to address you as His Worship. Okay, I beg to be pardoned. His Worship, Achere Julius Gunya. La Beta. Okay, you're most welcome. Honorable members, it's okay. Honorable members, the House is now resumed and the floor is still open for debate, strictly for two individuals. So now I recognize Honorable Miguel Brian Odong to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members of the House. I am Miguel Brian Odong, the President of Chole Students Union, President-elect, and I come from Noya District. And I have no apology for coming from Noya District. The reasons you know. Honorable colleagues and Honorable Speaker, I come on solutions to the problems raised in the motion. One, I think it is far much prudent for us to guide that all study tour for students and primary kids be shifted from night movements into daytime movements, because we have got to realize that most times these accidents actually happen at night. So it's far much prudent for us to guide them that the movements are done during daytime to help reduce on the rate of accidents. Two, the corruption by the police officers, the traffic police officers. Currently, when you move around the different streets within the city and in the highway, the traffic officers look more like lawyers, because I think they get a lot of money from people, and that is part of corruption. And if we are to trace back to the most recent accidents that were happening, reports will come out saying that some of the vehicles were inspected afterwards and got to realize that they had mechanical issues. Who is to be blamed on that? And has anyone been brought to book? Because when they were actually moving, we believe and we are very sure that they passed via very many checkpoints where there were policemen. Is there a record of any policeman arrested? Or is there any record of a bus operator arrested for not doing the necessary checkup? So I think we need to improve on that. Three, Madam Speaker, I think it is also quite prudent for us to, or the government of this country, to do a refresher training to all the drivers and bus operators, actually, and the bus owners, so that they get to know, as humans, we are being moved to believe that at times the knowledge we get from the training schools expires with time, or with the demand of money that we would need with time as we move on. And that would actually make us move into doing things that the law does not need us to do. So it will be of help that the government do this training to help update their training, their knowledge. Next to that, Madam Speaker and members of the House, I also think it's very important that the vehicle owners, the school directors, and the different aid teachers be taken through the different guidelines that controls movement and vehicle operations. Because majority of these schools that get accidents or become a victim to the different accidents we are talking about are majorly or mainly those private institutions, where they know that this bus or a coaster is only meant to carry 24 people, but you get to realize that about 40 or 60 people are ferried in that bus, because we look into profit maximization. I think the government should do something on that to ensure that even when you're doing business, you should not get rich over a night and over blood of innocent people.
1 minute to summarize.
Thank you. As I summarize, I think it's also important that the government of this country help in empowering alternative transport means, as in the air transport and railway transport. I am a born of late 1990s, and I want to tell you that ever since I have not seen a train in GULU, but we have the rail. So how do we say we should be proud of the government? If the rail is there and it's being dug out for straps because it gives money. So I think the government should help us. We also have a very wonderful airfield here. The report says it's one of the biggest or the largest in the country. Why can't we close our eyes and ensure that if the students are being transported for study tour, they actually use this as a benefit? And we get more reasons to be patriotic and love the country and the government. If that is not done, it becomes hard for us to say the government is at heart with us. Lastly,
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. You come back. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to inform Honorable Miguel that on two issues. That the government has already banned tours for school children. I think he should get informed on that note. Then secondly, I want also to inform him that the railway line is under construction, and soon it will reach GULU. I want him to visit the GULU railway station and see how work has progressed. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Tim.
all right, thank you very much, Honorable, for that information. As we are still waiting for God to come back, we are not getting tired from prayers. So our prayers to the government stands. Lastly, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I think it's also important that we engage or make a request or prayer to the government to do monthly mandatory vehicle checks for all these vehicles that moves. Because believe me, there is no vehicle that is in good shape that gets accident. If the vehicle is in good shape, the driver is in good shape, there will be no accident. If there will be accident, they will actually be very minimum, not to the numbers that we have currently. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Achole Students Union. Finally, I recognize Honorable Oketayot to use just 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members of this august House. Before I dive into my submission, this is a very critical topic, an emotion that we're moving as the National Youth Parliament of Northern Uganda. Madam Speaker, if you may permit me, we have one of the members who participated among the rescue team that went and rescued members of the public that were part of the accident that happened in Bobby. Allow us thank His Worship, the Mayor of GULU City, for being part of this humanitarian work. Thank you, His Worship. Right Honorable Speaker, it is quite unusual to see that the Ministry of Works, perhaps wild animals may be more important than human beings in this country. If you are to visit our national parks, you will realize that we have speed limit gears
that you do not drive beyond 40 kilometers per hour. And we are protecting our wild animals dearly as a nation. But we do not look at fellow human beings as something that is important. That is why we have drivers that drive at night, some at 120 kilometers per hour, others at 150 kilometers, and you even find government vehicles doing that. So I urge our local council members and members of parliament and the youth in this August House to ensure that we pass a resolution that there be installation of speed limit gears in all the roads of this country. Madam Speaker, we also request that the government bans the use of night buses. There is one elder in the village that said in Acholi that Guri matenini dong miaro remu. The road is now asking for blood. We are now traumatized. Madam Honorary Speaker, we can no longer trust these bus companies. Why in a week or two, several accidents of buses? Parents are getting traumatized. They are now saying they are no longer going to pay for any tour for their children because of buses. I am shocked to evidence one of the circumstances that happened in Kampala. You realize that some drivers, when they're driving, they use the sanitizer bottles. They put inside Uganda Waraji, and they drive when they're drunk.
Honorable, you have 1 minute to conclude.
As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, it is really a sad moment. I kindly ask, with your permission, Right Honorable Speaker, that allow this August House just a moment of silence, that we may condone and mourn with those who have lost.
To order.
That we may condone and mourn with those who have lost in the recent accidents. May their souls rest in peace. I so submit.
Thank you very much. Allow me to invite the mover of the motion to come and give us his right of reply. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable colleagues, and then Your Worship, the Mayor of this beautiful city, for being here with us. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion presupposes two things. That one, accidents are prone to happen. A member came and proposed that tours should now use, we should allow domestic routes. Kids can fly from here to Kapchorwa. But I asked him a question, or I asked my mind, what if there's a plane crash around Kamdini? What would happen? So the motion presupposes that there are going to be accidents that will happen for several reasons. But then the motion is calling that can there be a comprehensive road safety and emergency medical response systems in Uganda. So, the following are my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, is that this Honorable House calls upon the Ministries of Works, Health, Uganda Police Force, and the National Emergency Medical Services policy, to establish emergency medical services policy and strategy along the major highways. Two, is that government establishes and adequately funds trauma and emergency care units at all our regional referral hospitals to respond to these emergencies when and how they arise. Is three, that the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Uganda Police Force enforces a mandatory, regular, and verifiable mechanical inspection of all public service vehicles operating in northern Uganda, including installation of speed limiting devices and GPS vehicle tracking systems. And that drivers found operating vehicles in dangerous mechanical conditions face immediate and consistent sanction. Is that we further pray that Cabinet expedites its consideration and approval of the pending traffic line or traffic fine and speed enforcement reforms, including the restrictions of reduced speed limits to schools, hospitals, markets, places of worship, and other high-risk zones, particularly trading centers and market towns along the Kampala-GULU highway and other regional routes. And that government further resolves that through the Uganda Red Cross and the Ministry of Health, there should be an extension of the training of community fast responders, including border riders. When the accidents in Kapchoro happened, children found comfort in women who were selling by the roadside, yet they had no training on how to respond to these things. That government can institute a training for those fast responders in the absence of police, in the absence of Ministry of Health and Red Cross. Allow me to summarize. We also further pray that Parliament increases budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Health, particularly the Ministry of Health's Emergency Medical Services Program, specifically to close the national ambulance gap. We, throughout the debate, established that we have a national ambulance gap of about 408 ambulances. I mean, of 208 ambulances that we're operating half of that threshold. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we pray that these resolutions be formally transmitted through the Clerk of Parliament to the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, the Minister of Works and Transport, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Finance and Planning and Economic Development, and all other bodies, including RDCs and district local governments of Acholi and Lango sub-regions for their necessary and urgent action. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude this...
Honorable, I'm afraid you have consumed all your time.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, you may need to leave.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, House, the motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the rising incidence of road traffic crashes involving public service vehicles and the need for comprehensive road safety and emergency medical response systems in Uganda, having been moved, seconded, and debated upon, I now put to question that those in favor of the motion to say aye, and those that are against the motion to say nay. So can we have all those that are in favor of the motion to say aye? Those against the motion to say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is hereby passed. Honorable members, at this juncture, I now invite the conveners to accord the chief guest the opportunity to address the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to use this opportunity to invite His Worship to come and speak to us. You're most welcome, sir.
Right Honorable Speaker of this august House, distinguished honorable members of the National Youth Parliament, members of the conveners of today's Parliament, I greet you all and welcome you to GULU City. Honorable Speaker, my name is Achire Julius Labeja. I am the mayor of the people of GULU City. It is my great pleasure to be here today. But right Honorable Speaker and members, I would like to apologize for being late to this sitting, but for also showing up in very unparliamentarian attire. I seek your forgiveness, but also understanding that today is a Friday and we are in a city that never sleeps. I thought I would also address to the occasion because I know that most of these parliamentarians seated here cannot wait for this session to end so that they can engage the different corners of this very vibrant city. Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable members, I must applaud you for all the topics and the subject and the motions that are being discussed here today. But first and foremost, to thank you for your participation and for the conveners and the different bodies to appreciate that it is worthy for young people to have their own caucus, their own parliament to discuss the issues that affect them, but also that the issues that affect our region. The matters that you're discussing here today are not just matters that impact young people. They're matters that impact our entire society. And to sit here and listen to young people putting at center stage critical matters, recommending different solutions, it only warms my heart. In many instances, young people, especially who are eloquent and articulate like those that we have seen here today, have eyes in the Parliament of Uganda. I would like to encourage you all that we cannot have everybody in the Parliament of Uganda. We need some in our local government. When I picked my nomination forms to run for the office of the mayor, many people told me, why are you stooping so low? My response was that the real business, real work takes place in local government. There is both action and speaking in local government. I chose to come and talk, but also to act. I also mentioned to them that the work of a local government mayor is almost 80% administrative and only 20% political. And that is why as mayor, if you fear to make tough decisions because of a political interest, then you will not do justice to a lot of the work here. People are very comfortable throwing rubbish, and should you sanction them, they will say, we will wait for you in 2031. I am very comfortable leading this city, making tough decisions, decisions that will cause short-term pain, but long-term gain. And such decisions also touch on some of the key subjects you're talking about. Madam Speaker, it warms my heart to have this parliament discuss
land matters in our region, in our sub-region, Acholi and Lango. And talking about the fragmentation that takes place or that is happening, and discuss what solutions can come to play. Land is a factor of production. Many times when we study the society, we study the country, we get to see that different parts of the country are contributing differently. When you go to the western part of this country and you talk about milk, they will come for your head. When you come to the center of this country and you talk coffee, they will come for your head. When you go to Busoga and talk about sugar, they will come for your head. When you go to Fort Portal and you talk about tea, they will come for your head. Madam Speaker, when you go to Busia, all the way to West Nile, you must ask the question, what are we selling to this country? When you come to Acholi and Lango, we have the most arable land. But when we talk about cows, in our region we still prefer that a mulalo is the one that takes care of our cows. Because we believe that they know more about it while we sit at the center counting the number of automobiles passing. And we surrender all the milk to the herdsman because we just want to see the physical cow and undermine the nutritional value that milk brings to our nutrition, or that it adds to it. Madam Speaker, these are pertinent issues. And I want to beseech honorable members to leave this August House asking this question. What are we contributing to this country? What are we selling? What product are we selling to Uganda? Madam Speaker, when you drive through this country and you see the roadsides, you see what others are selling. And when you drive through after Kamdini, coming to GULU, you see nothing. When you hit the road going to Kitgum, if you're lucky, you will see bags of charcoal. You see pumpkin. This must concern us. And if these young people seated in this August House today are the future of this region, then may we rise up to action. May we not be comfortable in suits because the farms don't need these ties. Madam Speaker, the GULU City Market is the biggest market in Acholi sub-region. But almost, for fear of contradiction, 70% of what is sold in that market comes from outside Acholi and Lango. Tell me why we must buy Irish, buy matoke, buy onions, buy tomatoes, green paper, and all of these things from elsewhere. Honorable colleagues, the challenge is on us. Look good all you want, but have no money in your pocket. Time is coming for you to be moved out of the city center, to end up in a sub-county where the ties will not count for anything. Madam Speaker, all the things that I'm talking about grow on land. And that's why it warms my heart that this sitting is talking about land. Let us not stop at counting the number of acreage our clans have. Let's begin to talk about how much acreage we have turned into productive use. Madam Speaker and honorable members, you discussed the issue of the famine as a result of the dry spell in our region, which includes Karamoja. The question is, what alternatives do we have? How are we diversifying our sources of food? Are we just relying on crop production? How are we utilizing our swamps for the production of vegetables as alternatives? Not to reclaim it, not to encroach on it, but to use it to our advantage. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank the government through the leadership of His Excellency for the cattle restocking program, because I do believe that is a credible alternative. In GULU city alone, 640 households are each going to receive, or some of them have already received, I think a bigger percentage. We probably have about 23 households that have not yet received. But you imagine 640 households all buy the 5 cows. Madam Speaker, how many cows will we have in 10 years? How would we have contributed to our nutritional value through milk? Because that expands to value addition, and tomorrow we will be producing yogurt and ice cream and all products associated to milk. These are discussions that should interest us. That means if we go home, we must ensure that that relative of ours who has received this money must buy the cows. And government is very intentional about it, that this cattle restocking program will run for 10 years. If different household members receive cows for 10 years, what does that mean for us as a region? Madam Speaker, this August House discussed the current spate of accidents on our roads. And thank you to the Honorable who acknowledged our efforts in responding to the scene. Madam Speaker, why do accidents occur? Condition of our roads play a part. Condition of our vehicles play a part. Qualification of our drivers play a part. And then, of course, other than qualifications, behaviors of our drivers play a part. Madam Speaker, I lived in Canada for 8 years. I left GULU and went to Toronto when I was a driver. But the white man did not allow me to drive on their roads until I went through the right processes. And their process meant that I sat an exam to answer 40 questions on road signs. Road signs. And you must pass 36 of those questions to qualify. I also did the same on road rules. You must also pass 36 of those questions. That alone does not give you a driving permit. They now take you on the road to drive with an instructor behind your car. And they judge you from the time you enter the car to the time you park the car. Those are processes that allow one to get a driver's license. And then with that qualification, you still don't drive on a highway. You only drive on community roads. There is a separate test. After 1 year of driving on community roads, then you do another test to drive on the highway. Madam Speaker, There is a road, a highway in Ontario called Highway 401. And members can Google at your own free time. Highway 401 has 8 lanes on one side of the road and another 8 lanes on the other. Vehicles don't meet each other on the lane. You're all driving on separate sides of the road, and yet accidents still occur. So sometimes the road will be as smooth as it is or as required. And that's why when we are talking about accidents on our roads, we need not to reduce it to one factor. We need to see all facets, all aspects. Madam Speaker, in GULU city here, somebody drives 3 or 4 rounds at Bomber Ground in a car that is in a very terrible mechanical condition. Sometimes the seat belt is also not there. And tomorrow this person applies for a driver's license and they get it. Madam Speaker, we have people, I want to bet, at least some honorable members here, who have sneaked into the road without driver's license. So if we are not responsible enough by ourselves, how do we guarantee safety of other road users? Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to speak to one other aspect. That when an accident happens, then what? It's very sad that Uganda does not have a response unit that is coordinated, that is robust, and that understands what response means. First and foremost, we need to intensify first aid training and give certification to people, as many as possible, on first aid, such that you're able to respond and you know where and what to do. When this accident occurred, members within the Minakulu area responded that if we had all of them certified level C training of first aid, maybe they would have done quite a big job before the paramedics came in. But also there is a policy component, and for us as GULU City, we now want to look into it. That if we have to pass an ordinance, that even if you are purchasing your own ambulance, when there is an emergency, all ambulances will come to the main pool, so that we have a coordinated response. It doesn't matter if a politician owns an ambulance and that an accident has occurred and the ambulance is just in their home. Ambulance operations must be licensed and must be tagged to responding to national crisis. Are we punitive enough on our drivers, both in monetary terms and in jail term? Madam Speaker, there is so much to discuss, but I would like to thank you for having me. And thank you all for listening to me. I want to appreciate and encourage you that for a very long time we have left leadership to people that we say are uneducated. And we have seen what has happened. So I am very happy that we have a critical mass of young people who are interested in leadership and who need the right support to lead. Other than a parliamentary caucus of this nature, may we also create think tanks to continue to discuss matters that are important outside of a house like this. There are young people here that have severally and in many instances challenged to create think tanks for us to begin to have discussions. To this day, they continue to elude that responsibility, and my job is to continue to remind them and to tell them that I am available to join those think tanks, and we continue to discuss matters that are important. Maybe in 2031, the new mayor of Gulu City should come from this house. The next speaker of Gulu City Council should come from here. So we need you guys to join us to shape the policy formulation processes for our city. I say all this for God and my country.
The chief guest, His Worship Achire Julius Labeja. On behalf of the House, I want to extend our sincere gratitude for honoring our invitation and for your insightful and inspiring remarks. I must confess that your words have enriched this sitting and will undoubtedly guide and motivate us as young leaders. I believe that the honorable members of the House are very pleased to have heard from you. Therefore, we deeply appreciate you for your time, support, and commitment towards this sitting. Thank you very much once again. House, at this juncture, we shall now proceed with our official photograph. I hereby suspend this House. Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, before we continue with the last business of the House, permit me to recognize all the representatives from GULU Disabled Persons Union. Thank you very much for representing all the people with disabilities. Allow me to also recognize the director of Haworth Foundation, who came in a little bit late. Hannah Oyat, you're most welcome. With this, I invite the clerk to read the last motion on the order paper.
Honorable Madam Speaker, allow me present the next motion, 6.4. Same motion of the Northern Regional Youth Parliament on the rising prevalence of alcohol and substance abuse among young people in northern Uganda, and the need for the comprehensive prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation measure. Mover, Honorable Yelamatha. Seconders, we have Honorable Onechan Richard and Honorable Adong Sarah.
I invite Honorable Oyelamatha Noel to come and move this motion.
Hello. My name is Oyelamatha Noel. I from Noya constituency. My name is Oyelamatha Noel from Noya constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, I am here to move a motion on the prevalence of alcohol and substance of abuse among young people in northern Uganda, treatment and rehabilitation measures, and the need for comprehensive prevention. Right Honorable Speaker, Madam, when you read the Constitution of Uganda, Article 21 and Article 34 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, you realize that it says the state it protects the vulnerable groups, including the young people, and promotes equitable access to health services. Northern Uganda continues to recover from the insurgency that we all know about that took place for 20 years.
Honorable Martha, before you proceed, would love statistics on these motions and to all the honorable members who are coming to debate this motion.
Thank you for that direction, right, Honorable Speaker. Currently, you find that World Health Organization is actually trying to carry out a campaign using the young people to make sure that the use of substances such as alcohol, marijuana is being stopped. And this is not yet enough. So then moving this motion would then call upon the state as Uganda itself to take this seriously, because you realize that the young people are using these substances and it's really affecting them. It breaks my heart to say that most of the people being affected by the use of these substances are the male child, that you realize these are the future fathers and also our brothers. But then when they continue to use these drugs, you realize that the future is being wasted. So then moving this motion in this house would then call upon all the parliamentarians here to discuss it into depth, and then given the fact that the prevalence is already high, they should then find measures to combat this use of substances, and a comprehensive prevention rather that will help the young people. To proceed, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas inadequate public rehabilitation and aftercare services limits access to affordable treatment and increase risk of relapse, Right Honorable Speaker, I would love to bring to your notice and the members in the House that yes, we have rehabilitation centers that are in place, but you realize that they are not helping these individuals who are suffering from using these substances. And also you realize that it is the CBOs and the civil society organizations and then the NGOs that are actually helping to combat the use of these substances, but you realize that the government is not doing much in regards to that. So then moving a motion in this parliament would then urge the government to try and help the young people who are suffering, because it's not only mental illness that they're suffering from, even the ladies, the young female are also suffering, much as you realize that most of these individuals who suffer are the male children that really need help. And Uganda's legal and policy framework supports prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation for substances, yes. But then, Right Honorable Speaker and the members in the House, this motion being moved in Parliament, in tonight's Parliament, would then urge all of us to discuss this and direct the Ministry of Health, working with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and other stakeholders to undertake a comprehensive survey, particularly in northern Uganda. We all come from different parts of northern Uganda, yes. I particularly come from Noya district. I won't lie that in my district, the young people are suffering a lot. I've also been in other parts of northern Uganda like Kitgum or Moro, and you realize that they are facing the same challenge. So then Uganda carrying out a survey would then help them to come up with a preventive measure of how to help these individuals. And Right Honorable Speaker, Madam, this motion would also urge the government to establish and adequately fund at least one rehabilitation center and aftercare center in northern Uganda. Yes, I noticed that organizations have been trying to do this, but it is not yet enough for the young people to be helped. So then the government stepping in to combat these challenges that is being faced by the young people who involve themselves in taking marijuana, alcohol, would then help Ugandan young people who are to be the future leaders, like we are right now, because we are the